I'm gonna make tea before I come onto stream. Oh, I guess I can get rid of this. If I buy down. Itchy can move again. Here. Oh. Hi. Oh, I can get rid of the goddamn one. I had that there yesterday too. The other day. No, I only did one day with it. Okay. Hello. There you go. Let's go pull my fortune for today. Because I didn't yet. I didn't pull one yesterday either because I was busy with stuff. Excuse me. My blinkies are... Whoa, the chambers... There's a tiny orange here. Bum, 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 bum. Hello. Yes. What is today's fortune? Up, 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 up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Neglect not to lay plans. Trust in thy comrades, heed not gossip and hearsay. Fret not over excess stock, it shall not go to waste. Even in victory thy heart's desire shall elude thee. Perseverance, the key. Like unto the destroyer's bolt, which God was the destroyer, misfortune may strike without warning. Be ever prepared. Well... Well... Is this why we don't have raid today? Oh, FC buffs. Let me go grab Holy Book, actually. What's under Ishgard? Bum. But da 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 da. Beep beep. What is it? What did I do today? I spent a lot of time trying to deal with healthcare stuff. Now I'm just waiting for the thingy to tell me that they approve my thing that says that I earned this much money like last year. So it's just gonna take time, I guess. A little annoying, but... Oh, no. That was weird how it like suddenly changed where the cursor was. Why? I don't understand the appeal of that at all. I don't get it. Like, they're even like a sprout. And they just... Okay. Not saying you can't, I just don't get it. Why? What compels people? Oh. Damn it. Actually, I did get at least some artwork done today. What is it? I finished the inks and flats for one of the comms that I did yesterday. Okay, I am gonna put these in here. I don't want to throw them away. Not quite yet. Now, I want to know... This guy is kind of ugly, so we can throw away him. This sounds like... ugly. Kind of want to keep this guy just because he's funny. For now, they will go there. I really need to clean my inventories out again. Well, at least I guess I can take my time. Let's see. Carrot. Eat. This goes here. Go here. Egg. Stop it. Milk. And then these are already made, so I should just set them aside. There. Okay. Wow. She brought me one whole Favnarian thread. Oh my god. Oh, I need fire shards. Oh shit, it's all... Hello. We're kind of vibing today. Our, one tank is unfortunately... has a weather warning, so he can't play today. And our other tank is not feeling too good. So... One vibe, please? I don't know if I have ones to spare. But maybe you can make one while you are here. A little bit. I haven't played Splatoon in like weeks, months. No, probably just a month. I'm really rusty. I need to set up my Elgato again. I haven't set it up since moving. Like all the parts are over by the Switch, but I haven't put it up. What is it? On Saturday the 7th? In the evening? Yeah, I played for a big run, but only like a little bit, because I was in a hotel, right? I was in a hotel when Big Run was happening. That was the weekend I was out of... Well, I had a little bit where I could play it at my house, at my apartment then. But only like a little bit. And honestly, I don't think I really like Big Run. I don't think it's something I really like. But maybe it's just I don't really like... What's it called? I don't know if I... Yeah, like, it's just more Salmon Run, but like... with extra rewards? And I already feel like Salmon Run's rewards are already, like, out of reach. And I don't like it. Like, they're on layers, they're full of layers upon layers of RNG, and it's not fun. It's just not fun. Like, I want, like, the different uniforms, but, like, you need RNG to get the... Like, you need... First, you need to deal with the Kohozuna, but then you need RNG to, like, get the things you want. Yeah. No, it is, but it isn't. Like, you can get gold at lower levels, too. It's actually, like, fully RNG. Like, the amount of skills... if I remember correctly... I forget. I know people were saying that it's not... Like, yeah, it's just a higher chance, but it's still really fucking tiny. That is just, to me, not worth it. When does this start? Let me actually write this down, hold on. I need paper. Ah. I actually want to try to get this, because there's only 2 cards I'm missing. And I actually want to try get it. Alright, so... I want to use this paper. Yes, I can. It's fine. Yeah, and then, like, still, like, you get so many, like, gold is just super fucking rare. It's so terrible. I hate it. And, like, all the good rewards need gold. Let's decorate this. Okay. Sorry, I'm like bending down. Well, let me write down that it's a Tuesday. So this this tourney here, if you place high enough, you get the Cecil Harvey card, which is one of the 2 cards that I'm missing for a complete set of triple triad cards. So that's why I'm gonna write down when it happens. When it's gonna happen. Yeah, I think I like Splatfest more than like the Big Run. Like I don't really like Big Run. Which is a shame, because, like, it's cool that it's all new and everything, but it's just... not very fun. To me. Now, where's my... I don't like what I tried to draw on top of this. I'm just gonna cut it off. That's good enough. Alright, let me put this... Oh, the Among Us is hiding now. There's an Among Us on my, I actually really like the tricolors. And I had a really good time, defending as water. I don't know, I actually really like tricolor. Okay. It sucks if you're on the attacking team because you can only do 2s. Like you can only pair up with one friend to do it. I actually think I will move that note over to the cork board. I might make the... Well... I'm trying to decide how I want to, like, divide stuff up on my cork board and magnet board. Like, obviously the magnet board is stuff that I want to be able to erase. Where I write stuff. But right now it's kind of a bit of a mix. I think I have an idea of what I'd like to do, like have the magnet board be YouTuber stuff mostly, or maybe a few other things. And like the cork board is maybe like video game and art stuff. I don't know. You've only played in the middle team? I haven't... Now, I will have to say I am going to be playing in a different environment now because I'll be connecting from NA. So that's a thing. But I do know that probably the region is going to impact how games go. My thing is, even if I don't win, I've had fun with it. I don't know. I think it's fun. So water, I was playing defending, and that's the map that was terrible to play as defending because it was what's it called again? It's that really tiny map that rock paper scissors used. And when we were what was the first Splatfest, the first official one? Oh no, I don't remember. Oh, tools. Gear. That one was the one that's rough, that's harder for an attacking team. And I only got to do it like once. I think I can't remember if I got more than one on water. But damn, water kicked ass. But I'm excited to play it again, and maybe I'll sit down and de-rust a little bit this like Thursday and Friday. Cause oh, excuse me. When I wake up, about 3-4 o'clock is what I consider my working on other stuff. So usually about 9-10 to 3-4. So I do like video editing mostly. And sometimes art stuff. I'm gonna try to make it a goal to at least once a week, probably during the weekly art stream, to draw something, not a commission, just something fun. Just something for me, I guess. Because I feel like I didn't do that as much. Unless, like, I mean, heck, even if I've got an idea, like, new emotes that... I might count those, but maybe, like, a fun, like, regular piece. Because often I feel like I don't make enough of them. Let me just check what's going on with my stat. Oh, right. Someone, when I was in the Gold Saucer, shouted, "Let's go, go, go!" What was it? The other night I went fishing. I went on a like 3 hours of fishing. It's actually really chill. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I'm really excited to participate next month because I think Spolfie's gonna be doing them. She's planning to do them once a month. So I actually think that's really fun. I'm really excited. Really excited to go fishing. I got like 4 or 5 big fish, which are pretty hard. Like, they require very specific time slots and bait and like requirements to get them. Alright, let's get my quick ones out of the way. We have Naval and Thorn March. Oh, I have long waited you patiently all this time. From heavens above, oh, sing with me once more. Where'd you go? Get back here! Here! Cooking mama, cooking mama. Iron pot, cooking mama, cooking mama. This song is in the Pasella Resorts karaoke list. And it is just as silly as you would think. That sounds like a song that, like, that just feels like a song, like, as fun of a song as it is, I feel like most people probably, like, I feel like it's one of those songs that people sing when they're, like, tipsy, probably, in a karaoke room. It's not like a song you really sing. It's a song that you goof around during, you know? Once I get through my Chloe book. Fuck. I have to deal with his heart. Damn it. I'll probably work on getting some mental roulettes done. Battle over dwellers, battle over dwellers, battle over dwellers, Titan. Battle over dwellers, battle over dwellers, battle over dwellers, Titan. Battle over dwellers, battle over dwellers, battle over dwellers, Titan. Battle over dwellers. Hey. Alright, 51 to 59 I can do. I can probably queue for these because I think these have mock tomes right now, so they might actually pop. We're gonna do an expert. I can probably get this to pop. Oh, this can pop. I don't know if I really want to queue for it, but it'll pop. Yeah, why not? Not that. It's under Stormblood. Let's see. Yeah, less than 5 minutes. It'll pop. Gonna hate this. But it'll pop. I spent like an hour and a half, 2 hours, actually sitting down finally. You know, let me save this one for the end. The thing is, oh, I don't really bored for funsies. The thing is that I needed to do... No, I prefer Turn Dancer when I do this. I needed to record all of my stuff from last year because I kinda got lazy about it. So I finally sat down and I was sitting there doing it. But I got so, like, antsy. It's just like... You're just sitting there filling out a form for like an hour and a half, and you have to be like careful to include all the things like the PayPal fee and all these other things. And there's a lot of PayPal fees, of course. And the worst and the dumbest thing about PayPal fees, I'm gonna tell you, is that it's not even like consistent. Like sometimes the $1 PayPal fee was like 53 cents. Sometimes it was like 52 cents. Sometimes it was 57 cents. And I was like, why? Obviously, like they were paid at different times. They were paid at different days. But it was just like, why are they slightly different every day? Please. Because if it was like the exact same amount, like just I guess sort them by amount and then like, oh, this one had a PayPal fee, and then, you know, that way. And that would be super easy. I just type in the same amount all the way down the thing. Fuck. Hi Geek, how are you? I'm venting about. Well, to be fair, this is my own lack of diligence. I did not properly track my earnings and expenses from last year. I gotten a little bit lazy. Ooh, reheat dinner. What are you making? But yeah, I was mostly annoyed just because PayPal fees weren't consistent. It wasn't the same cost for the same value, and I don't know why. I thought it was supposed to be like a flat rate, and I don't know. I mean, obviously I have to just do with what the fee says. And it's just, I have to sit there and I have to like write down what the PayPal fee was for each one, and I have to check each one. It's not like, oh, every $1 thing. One thing is I get a lot of like $1 things from Kofi, from people buying the assets that are free to use, but they're donating a dollar. And I really do appreciate it. Like that's not really a bad thing. But it's like you would go, oh, well, they all donated the same amount, so PayPal fee should be the same. No, they're all about 50 cents, but the single cent is slightly different. And so I have to check each time. Now, if they were paid on the same day, thankfully, they were always the same. But if they were on different days, I had to check each and every single one of them. It was so... And of course, like, I don't know if there might be a way to adjust it. But one thing I hate about tables is I have trouble parsing the visual when all the rows are the same color. When I make my own chart, I always have an alternating color for each row. So my chart for myself, my table for myself has alternating colors. But PayPal's and what is it? Ko-fi, Ko-fi is what I went through first. I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna take down what they paid and then that sort of thing. And then I went through and checked with PayPal. Because Ko-fi was a little bit easier to, like, it was more like, okay, this came from this source. And I kind of went through different sources, each one at a time. So then I wasn't going through as much. Ko-fi just has a really big list. But it was just like, it was aggravating to try to read that PayPal thing because every line, every row is white. There's no alternating colors. And I shouldn't have to go through as many as I did all at once, so it shouldn't normally be an issue. But... But this year I have a better template than the first year. So hopefully this goes a little bit neater. Let's... Alright, let me do... I wanna change my glamour. But yeah, hopefully things are a little bit after all of that. Dinner? Snack. Oh, snack. Oh, we have a new person, I think. No, they just took a long time to load in. Okay. That's fine too. All the mobs are stuck. Because I stunned them before we moved. Man, White Mage's aesthetic is so pretty. Evil Phlegm. Man, I never noticed that skill name. That's great. They just... pew! Like it spit at you. What the fuck? That's gross, though. Do they even have a nose? I don't think so. How do they... Oh, I need to remember. Rapture's the AoE, isn't it? I keep hitting the AoE and not the single target. I really like the animation for Divine Venison. I just think it's really pretty. It's just really cool. It's just like this kind of powerful looking like slam on the ground. I don't know. It's just a really cool animation. I like it. Holy shit. Oh. Oh, wrong button. I should probably get rid of my res macro. I got rid of it on Scholar. Man, can't stun these. Sad. One thing... I don't know how I feel about these, like, trash mob boss fights. They're kind of boring. Hopefully tomorrow, I got through maybe like an hour-ish of raid footage too today. Despite all the other things that I had to do, so that was nice. Hopefully I can get through another full raid day. And only have one more raid day to go through. So like 1 3-hour session-ish. Tomorrow. Oh, I wanted venison. Look how pretty Oli is now. Oh no, the warrior! Why would they care? They're a warrior, they don't care. Oh shoot. I'm gonna get my balls! Ah! Ah! I almost died. I remember when I was doing this the first time, I was like, whoa. But then every time the trusts would like step in front of me as I was trying to take a picture. Trying to finish my tea, apologies. Oh, you're Duolingo! Oh shit! Cog! Don't forget! Maybe! Up to you. I mean, if you don't feel like doing it, don't do it. Don't feel like you have to. IMO. But what do I know? I took formal classes, I don't know, man. I kind of like low-key wanna look for like a formal class like in person again. But that's probably expensive. I mean, I basically only did it in college. Ah, I don't want to get hit. To be fair, I don't really know how good Duolingo even is. Like, I know the memes about the owl. And I know I did it once for stream. But, you know. how, like, good or not it actually is. Or, like, how useful it is. Because I've heard it's kind of a mixed bag. Where's my Asun on this hopper? My man! Yeah, don't go stand with the tank. Please don't. Oh my god. Fuck. I didn't notice they had. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that happened. Just go back to attacking red mage. Stop wandering around like a headless chicken. Just go back to attacking red mage. Please. Nobody got Doom this time. Oh fuck, I'm gonna get clipped. No, I'm not. Haha! Yeah, I think I kind of want to try to finish. I don't think I'll do the obviously I won't do the emotes now. That's, we should have just held that for fresh months. Oh, wrong way. I think tomorrow I should be able to finish one of the commissions. And hopefully be able to send those for final check. And then... I still want to think of more ideas for furnishing contest, but I've been maybe a bit I haven't thought of anything good. Since like the first two that I submitted, looks like it's hard. You know? Oh, wrong button. Well, hopefully I can get a bunch of cutting done this week. I really don't want it to do another filler video, but I'm a little worried I might have to, depending on how long the cutting takes. Well, we'll see. It doesn't take too long. I'm crazy. I could probably sit down and try to finish like... Oh, whoa. Oops, I just bennied myself. I'm good at games. Okay. Hopefully, maybe I can also sit down and try to do the, a little bit of the other sketches. Because obviously, I don't want to say the sooner I get things done, the better. That's not necessarily why I'm trying to rush it. I'm not really rushing it. I just like to get things done, you know? As soon as I know that I need to do them. And that way... they're done. I also do want to sit down and try to work on my Nendoroid doll clothes. Because while the pieces to do the hair work won't arrive for a while, unfortunately. I can make the clothes, which they're kind of a bit of an endeavor, you know? I have to pattern them out, test them, you know, all that sort of stuff. So they can also be a bit of a endeavor to work on. I think what I'll probably do first is remake the first one, the first outfit that she had. Because I generally know what to do with that. I have 2 other outfit ideas. Sort of. 2 other 14 based outfits. One which I think might be kinda easy. And again, a lot of them are just gonna require a little bit of sitting down and doing it, you know? Oh. Interesting doing it in kind of... Am I doing it in opposite order? I think I might be. I think I did the hair the first thing. I don't want to be there. But I have like 3 outfits that I'd like to make for her. I think as much as I'd love to use, as much as I said to my mom, my parents, that I want to take grandma's old sewing machine, I don't think a lot of these will really benefit from a sewing machine. Like, it's not that they would get in the way, some of them, but it's just because they're so small. It's probably just easier to, hand sew the entire thing. Probably. Alright, let's see if we can get Delta Escape. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Yeah, let's get our Chloe book first. Yeah, like I kind of can look at the outfit and go, okay, that's how you break it up into pieces. But it is just a lot of hand sewing. And you can't, the one thing with it being so small is you have to be careful, like, how many layers you involve, because if you do too many layers... if you do too many layers, then what's gonna happen is that it's gonna have trouble being worn by the doll. Which is annoying. But it just kind of is what it is, you know? Like, there's not much you can really do about that. Like, you have to be careful just how many layers you put, right? So... Sorry, I got like a slight distract. Wow. It's taking a little longer than I was expecting to queue. I guess I can queue as a tank, see if that goes a little faster. Let's see. Oh wow, the 2 tank slots filled faster. I should probably check which custom. Oh, never mind. Well, I guess I can check anyway. While it's queuing in. Oh, Charlemagne is where I go. Besides millions. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, DBS, thank you. Pull it off of me, watch this. Watch this. Why are they running away? I mean, I guess I do have to pull it out eventually. We should be stacked anyway because of the buster. 1, 2, 3. I'm dying. No, you want to be here, sir. Where are you going? The boss is fine here. You don't need to move. He jumps around when he needs to, it's fine. You're really gonna stand all the way out there? Now pull him a little bit in more. Ow! He has still not turned off his tank stands. Nope, red mage, just keep attacking. Okay, fair. You did a dash and that was pretty cool. I'm not true north anymore, but everybody's where they're supposed to be, so I don't want to move. Damn, the tank is remembering he can for 10 volts. That's cool. Oh no, he's gonna jump on this one, isn't he? I don't actually remember. No! Ah! Come back! My third spell cleave! Oh no, I actually already did them. Okay. A little bit more room for flank. No, I don't want to deal with Carbitus. Yay! I don't want any of these. Bye. I don't want to do those. I don't want drops. Okay, that's 5 out of 9. That's not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay. Let's see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get the Monster Hunter one. Sometimes this pops. Like, I get it in Mentor a decent amount. Which is usually okay. So sometimes it can go horribly, horribly wrong. Oh, we're at 105. That's not bad. That's not bad for one. What? Amelians, I think, has the luncheon coffer for me this week. Yeah, the luncheon coffer. Am I? How far off am I from her achievements? Or am I done with her? I don't know. No, I need 150. I'm actually really close. I actually think I get it this week. Okay. That's good. I get it this week. Custom deliveries, millions, luncheon coffer. Oh, I can close this. One thing I should think about is maybe just wander Eorzea. Like, wander a bit and be like, what kind of items do I think would suit this? You know what I mean? I'm doing this wrong. Like... Because one thing I think is important to maybe think about is like, what kinds of things would people in universe think of? You know? Like, you can look for the real world for inspiration. But... had an idea. I honestly shouldn't say it because I'm gonna make it myself. Well, for the entries. Wow. Less than 5 minutes. Okay, duty finder. I think it's lying to me. It's fine, at least I got this done in the meantime. I should take a look and see what other achievements I want to aim for, you know? Okay. Gonna get a title today. From a millions. You know what I'd like to do at some point? I just don't know if I have the energy. Or like, you know, how to do it. I want to try to eventually do like a cover song. Just don't know. Just don't know if I'd like. I know that's gonna cost money because I can't really mix myself. And like, what else? I don't. Oh. Shit, too much white scripts. Damn it. And like, I feel like I just don't know how to do it. You know? Like, I feel like I'm gonna make a mistake, like preparing the things to send to this person. Why are you walking backwards, ma'am? Are you okay? Okay. No, these are pretty slow. We're good. I have heard your voice with your every choice. Alright, now we get our title. There we go. That's the last of them. What is the title for this one? Academic Advocate. That's cute. I could actually sit down and deal with the thing is, I'm not a fan of collectible gathering. These I know are not that hard. You just have to deal with them. Luce's tools I could probably manage eventually. I never did the Garo stuff. I know they're active again, so like maybe I should sit down and try to do them. Ethan's is just a time, like eventually you'll get there. Materia is another like eventually you get there. Especially like the extracting, like that's 5k. That's a long thing. These ones are a pain. I don't know if I'd want to do all of these. These are... I mean, they're not as bad now, I think. Cheap dungeon weapons would be... nice to have more of, I guess. Oh, that's a cool title, Lightbringer. Eureka weapons, I never even finished my... main. Maybe I should actually finish that sometime. Look at the little guy. I feel like this one, I don't even know, like... This one's a time consume. This one's just... luck. This I do kind of want to sit down and do. Just because, you know... Like, those would be nice to eventually get. I only recently just got my first, glowing rod. Glowing fishing rod here. I wish they... Oh no, this one does glow. Which one? Which glow is this one? This must be a bluish one. You can't see it. It doesn't display it. Why? Why? They definitely have glows. Like, even this one doesn't glow in here. It's so bizarre. I caught 6. There's so many like fishing things I could manage. Like, fishing just seems like it's just big. This is all story, isn't it? Like, I have almost every. I'm missing. I don't know what these are for. I know what this is. I know what some of these are for. Lead quest would be an interesting one to work on. I've gotten these like the battle ones, but not a lot of the crafter ones, because you end up. The thing is, you have to do unique ones, and often you don't. These are all done. These you only get to see the ones that you can earn. This I did finish. I think these are just map and I have everything. Oh, I'm missing the another Soldihin subterrane. What is this one for? Oh, it's for the Zadnor entries. Oof. I see. That's a bit of RNG, isn't it? And then I never finished Pyros' map. Is this OG diadem? I don't know. This one would require, like, me swapping. The thing is, I like being adders. How does this bracelet look? Oh, it's kind of obnoxious. Oh wow, I only need to do one more adders leave quest. Like, unique, anyway. Oh yeah, I still need to eventually finish. Maybe I'll sit down and deal with these. I hate them. I haven't done all the fate. I have done a decent amount of the fates, but not all of them. Oh wow, I'm actually not that far from the Kindness of Strangers Good Samaritan title. As you can tell, I don't like Paladin, really. But Warrior I'm okay with. Oh man. These would be rough. Especially trying to find people to do them. That's probably the biggest trouble with all the blue mage stuff. Oh wow. I've done 7,000 instances and cleared them. Infamy of Sildit. Man, there's a title for that. I've done all the trials though. The ones from before I started reading, obviously, like, I don't have. And then Omega did not go so great. And obviously I don't have any of these ultimates. And we haven't finished this one. Hunt logs would be... I should really maybe sit down and like join one of those things. I'd love to do more treasure maps at some point. I'm just kind of poking around. Oh wow, I'm actually a decent thing. What's near completion according to this? Oh yeah, that one. I don't count those. There's a decent amount, but like a lot of them would need people. How many? Oh wow, I only need one Seal Rock campaign victory for the boots. Oh yeah, a lot of these are actually really close. What the hell? Should I get gather scripts? Maybe? I think Charlemagne was the good one today. He has everything. Yeah, let's go search by gathering method. That's there. That's in the middle of nowhere. We're gonna go to this one, which is mining. There we go. It gets... It goes this way? Yeah. Cockle-illo. There they are. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but... You know. Okay, we'll get 2 items. Man, gathering yield is useless. Very useless on this. Because I'm gathering collectibles. Oh, I forgot I was still queuing for the Great Hunt Extreme. Damn. See if I could get it. Huh? Oh my god. I didn't realize I didn't have enough. Whatever, it's probably fine. I'm not actually after like a super high amount. I'm just choosing to do this one instead of crafting because I have a lot of crafter materia. So kind of weird when you realize that there's like a part of the firmament that's inhabited by like NPCs, right? And then there's the part of the firmament inhabited by players. It's kind of interesting, I don't know. There you go. That's that. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to make more of the... What's it called? The repair kits. That's one of the big problems with the boats for me right now is that I'm too lazy to make repair kits. Man, the one that I want is like nobody ever queues for it. I think most people already finished it, and that's why. I don't think this is happening. Alright. Let's go back to somewhere that looks warm. Hold on, I gotta get a little push pin. Where's my push pin? There. Uh-oh. And drop it. There you go. Okay, that's up there now. Well, I don't know if it looks warmer This is raining. But, you know. Alright. Let's do it. Let's do mentor. Ding. Whew. 112. Always a relief to see 112 instead of 224. I like 224 could be a bunch of different things, but like there's a, if it's 224, there's like the Alright, alright. This could be worse. No, 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 no. No! The south wall here. No, that's not! No, that's not! Ah! Ah! I don't have any of my resources. I hate this. Little the plants in the corner bump thing. That's why you Trying to explain like why you do that. I've seen so many people just charging right in this room in Armvale a lot, and it's just you don't get enough resources, and you shouldn't. It's just not fun. And I'm always really surprised that people just don't seem to be aware of it anymore. I don't think I ever had Like back in the day, I always saw somebody running along the wall. I think the thing's always just... I think part of it really is like these people don't get it as much. So they only did it like once. And then there's a possibility that, like... that, like, that they got people that also didn't know the best way to pull that room. Like, these are things that, like, when I was starting out, when I did these dungeons for the first time, they were, like, common knowledge. Like, you'd always be told to run the wall if you accidentally did otherwise. And very rarely did I see anybody just run straight into the middle of the room. I don't think you'd like ever see someone run straight into the middle of the room. And he's gonna do it again too. He's gonna run straight into the middle. The best way always is to run down this side to deal with this pack. No, please don't. Please don't. And I mean, this dungeon is just terrible because of the way that it's done. Because of its issue of being level 49 and sinking you down to 49 instead of 50, I hate it. Why didn't he use his AoE pull? Here. Yeah, to me, I don't know, it just seems obvious to just not run into like a big open space. That I'm surprised it happens so often when I get this dungeon now. And I can't really figure out why. I can't really figure out what's changed besides, like, well, I guess people don't do it as often because it doesn't come up in leveling roulette as often because there's just more dungeons now. Oh? And this is only required for Grand Company, which some people might not do for some reason. I still miss people getting yeeted. That was still probably the funniest thing. I miss it. I miss people just getting yeeted. Because these are all untelegraphed. It was funny. Because even if you'd done this a bunch of times... Oh! Oh! Just as I was talking about missing it, he got clipped. Just like the good old days. Because often, like, even if you'd done it a bunch of times, like, I don't know, the floor made it weird and, like, difficult to figure out where the endpoint for his little spin was. But even I would sometimes get hit. Right, I don't even have soil at this level. No, stop. Finished before we started. Please, I'm begging you. No, stop! Finish! Finish, please. Thank you. Finish the pull. Then we can go get these. Oh, one of the seeds is... Oh. I already missed them. I was too late realizing they were germinating. Nope, we have to kill these. We have to kill the gold vine back here. Ever done this before. That's fine. But he's like trying to ignore mobs. Which I know that's a thing you never have like a choice in later dungeons because everything's just, you know, in a single file line, so you have to pull every single mob that you see. But and since this one's not a single file line, it's a little bit different. This is my spot. And this is my marble fruit. Oh, I'm trying to attack the marble fruit. You know, I don't think I ever really paid attention to what the marble fruits looked like. Hi Doc, how are you? Oh, I already had to tell the tank to not pull the center room the way he did, which was just running into the middle. And I tried to explain why don't do that. Ah! Wait, why'd I die? Huh? I actually have no idea why I died. Well, I guess now I am confused. I should drink more water, my throat's dry. That'd be better, but okay. As you can guess by the time and the fact I'm in Aurum Vale and not raiding. We're not raiding today. Hivac is in tornado alert. Oh. Yeah. And Sato's not feeling good, so I'm not resing you. I was like, I'm looking at the order like, I'm not resing that. Yeah, they really won't. Oh, I need to summon Eos. I spent an hour and a half or more. I actually wasn't keeping track. But when I went to like... do the healthcare stuff again. And I realized that I need to prove my income. So I had to sit down with Etsy, PayPal, Twitch, Ko-fi, and catalog everything. That took like a really long time today because I kind of forgot to do it last year. I got so caught up in other things that and I knew and my dad was, when he looked at my thing last year, he was just like, you have no idea what you're doing. And I'm like, no. So he said he'd try to help me this year. And so he showed me his thingy. And I had to, as I was going through, like, figure out what things I needed to label. I actually might even divide it up a bit more. Eat fruit to cleanse all of it. Yeah. But yeah, it took me a really fucking long time to sit there and deal with it. That was really annoying. But I think I'm... Oh, fuck! That's why I died! The tank cleaved us! Oh my god, that's why I died. Okay. Remember that most things are cones, and cones are smaller at the point. So running back is more movement to get out. Alright, I gotta watch where his butt is so that I don't get clipped again by the bus. Ow. Okay, well that happened. It could have gone worse, I think. The tank immediately leaves, does not acknowledge any of the stuff I said. Love it. You love to see it. But yeah, I actually think they approved my thing, so I have to go through the website again later. I think I get like government help with healthcare because I don't make enough money. I don't make a lot of money. But I mean, it has, I think, gone up since last year. It's actually been okay today. I think. Let's see, did that get me anything? No. Let's queue for Void Arc or Dunscathe, but like, let's pick something different so that I can like... You know what? Do we do this? Do we do this? No, I don't want to play melee. Oof, that sucks. Was it like towards the end too? Oh, one of my rings is missing. That's the worst part when you get it when it breaks at the end. Alright, Void Arc and Dunscathe. Oof, that's pain, Pekko. I did get through a bit of comm work at least after I finished all of the healthcare forms and cataloging my stuff, but at least the cataloging my tax stuff is all done, I guess. I think. I am gonna want to double check it to make sure that like I didn't forget anything. Actually, that actually gives me one thing I should check since we are waiting for a queue anyway. That's not work related. That's not work related. That's technically not work related. Let's do all of 2022. Let me make sure that none of these are work related. Not work related. Nope. Oh, the tour box was work related. Hold on. Yeah, it was. I have to check how much it cost. That was in August. Alright, well let me go back over here. 8. What day was this? 30. 8.29. I have to check the price because I have to put it in, a phone call. Oh my god. Alright, I have to check the price. What was that in USD? Let's keep going. That's ridiculous though. That's not. A lot of this is popcorn and milk tea because my supermarket stopped carrying it after a while. Oh no, my headphones are work related. The ones that I wear for stream, they're work related. Fight me. That was January, March, April, May. I'm gonna have to check what my bank said the price was. Alright, but that's it. Those are the only two things. Those are the only two things that counted, okay. I just have to check what the conversion was. Okay. Okay, so one was in October. I guess we'll work backwards. Okay. Custom date range. Yeah, that's what I want. Like here. Like there. Cool. This one looks about right on 829. Oops. I typed the bracket. Alright, and then my headphones were on 5.3. So like around here. Sorry, I'm like doing slightly bookkeeping while we're chilling. This one. What was that? Maybe. I did actually put in my games too. I'm debating if that should be like... no, it's not too many. I might make a new column for it for next year. Oh no, you know what's a problem? I have to do this manually. I like to have a visual break where I see like a line to see where each month ended. Ah, shoot, I actually put one in the wrong spot. But like if I don't... Ah, shoot. Hold on. Insert one row. No. Put them in a row above. Yeah, here. There you go. That was the tour box? Yeah, that was in August. Then I can delete this. Delete. And then I need to take the sun. Which is 5/3. Beginning of the month. Insert one row above. There we go. All good. I put them in order. Heck yeah. Okay. I haven't done this in a really long time. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, someone could put the wiggly that has the clown horn. I filed my taxes. Wiggly. Alright, we're now doing game. Ah! Ah, shit, I can't see my buff. No, there they are. Yeah, now I remember. That was the one thing I wanted to double check if I had any expenses through supplies that I bought. Good thing I remembered eventually. Technically, I do have a little bit of extra time to, like, really sit down and double check. And hey, it's only, like, January... what? 3. So Did I check my phone? Yes. It's only January 3rd, so... I am on to a good start for the new year with copying the thing over. So I'll do better this year. Maybe. No, I need to not stand there. Oh, really? Oh, come back. But yeah, I don't know. At least I like have a better idea, I guess. Instead of, oh no! At the same time, like I don't know. I think if it was me, right? I probably would kind of laugh and find it entertaining in its own way. Just like, yeah, that's a mood. But maybe that's just me. I did finish about an hour of video editing, or well, cutting. After I got through the stuff that I had to. But I still have like 4 or 5 hours left for first pass. And right now the first cut is like at an hour and a half, which is obviously not what I'm doing. I will probably go through a second time, and one thing I'll probably do is... I mean, I obviously with the second pass, when I go to time things, I decide if I'm gonna keep them, and then I might go like, okay, whenever I hit like the 30-ish minute mark, I might like I might do it like as one big video for like part of it. But then like, when I get done with it, obviously like my main point is I do want it to be only about 30 minutes tops. I don't want it to be more than that each video. So I don't know, maybe I'll... Because I'm trying to figure out how... I haven't done a longer one of these in a while. So I don't even remember how I do it. I don't remember how I do this. I guess maybe what I'll do is I'll like make a duplicate. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I finish cutting, which is probably gonna take another like day or two. I'm hoping. My like goal, my dream is to get it done by next week, but I'm a little worried I won't be able to, and I might have to do another like miscellaneous grab bag show thing for a bit. I just don't remember the order of operations that I did these things. I'm holding these until my good buff is. I'm lazy. What is this? Donut at yellow. Not donut, sorry. Borb circle. I don't want to go all. I just didn't know where it was. Cool, you finished your French and German, congrats. Well, that wasn't the ring. That was the, this is the Sonic ring, yeah? The thing is, it doesn't actually matter, you can just go to where you're shooting it. Oh no, never mind, that's an AoE, that's a proximate, oh, never mind. I am wrong. Alright, I am not a healer, I'm not touching shit. That I don't cause trouble. The old rule was healers touch the things. I don't know if that's true anymore. Back when it was current, healers touch. Nobody else touch, because if you have too many people trying to touch them, they keep changing. and sometimes you die because of it. So that was why the rule was back in the day. Healers only. I'm not gonna make it. I had to sneeze. I made it. It wasn't like we thought people couldn't do it. It was that if there were too many people trying to do it, it became a mess. Borbet both. Go away from both. Yeah, I guess I have a sort of plan for tomorrow. And hopefully, everything kind of goes a bit smoother. Well, that I can actually work on video editing stuff. Hopefully I can like plow through a bunch of it too, honestly. I really want to be done with cutting the video. Well, sort of. Because the thing that sucks about after I finish cutting is that all the parts after that are far more like focused. I have to pay attention like directly. I can't double up on productivity. Did you know that this only shows up if somebody's actually got the thing? At least I think so. There's actually a different trash mob that shows up here if no one has it. I think. So when we first got this Proto Ultima was not part of the original instance. But most of the time when you do it, someone has the Proto Ultima quest, repeatable quest to get stuff. This was originally a 24-man trial at a fan fest, and people liked it so much that this is how they added it. I'm still not actually sure I like this though, honestly. I'm not really sure I like this implementation. Kinda lame. Like, they could've just made its own fight. Yeah! A lot of the FanFest ones... I mean, this is back at Heavensward. Stormblood into Shadowbringers, we had the exclusive sneak peek of Yojimbo. And we got to find out about who wait. Have you done... Shit. We got to find out who Yojimbo really was under the mask. I'll say that. I don't know if you finished it yet. But there's a surprise. Okay, you do know, okay. Yeah, we got to find out before everybody else, and we were all like, we were told to keep secret. We were told to keep it secret. Obviously there wasn't one for Shadowbringers into Endwalker because it was digital. But we'll probably have something similar. Basically they have like at a lot of the events they have the trials. That you can try with other people. And at FanFest it's usually like an I don't want to say exclusive necessarily, but they've added it into the game eventually. Apparently that Proto Ultima version in FanFest was much more difficult. I don't think they said anybody. I think they said nobody cleared it, but it's been so long I don't remember. Yojimbo, I will say this. One of the difficulty factors for things at FanFest, though, is the fact that you are on peripherals that you have no experience with. So while I cleared Yojimbo, like, really easy after we got home and it got implemented into the game, like, we struggled. I went with Haru with Stephanie. So it was me, Haru, Ruby, one of our other friends, Rue, and Rue's boyfriend. And then we had 2 pugs, basically, Japanese players. And yeah, like, the big trouble really is, like, you have, like, a limited amount of time on those machines. Shit. You have to set up your whole hoppers. You wanna know what my biggest, and reminder, we were at JP Fest, so the whole game was in Japanese still. Shit, I tapped something. I'm an idiot. Oop. And so also one other thing about JP client, it's both. They have both. They have supplies for both. But you won't have an MMO mouse. So if that's one thing you're used to, that's something you're not gonna have. My big trouble also being a controller player is that JP clients default to the, like, unless you've logged in on that character before, like, so on a fresh install, a JP installed client is also, is also gonna default to the reverse of what I'm used to for X and O. So I kept hitting the wrong button and canceling. Like, it's like default settings. So if you've been playing for a long time, you've slowly amassed changes that you probably don't even think about. But it's not just copying your hotbars, it's like these other oddball settings that you might not even have thought about. Like in my case, I installed EN from Steam, so it defaulted to the setup that I have. But then, you know, it sets that as that's the setup for this character. So every time I logged on, even if I set the client to JP language, you know, that was never a problem. It never swapped on me. I can manually change it. That is actually a setting. You can reverse them. But yeah, like there's just a lot of settings that like you don't realize that it's not just your hotbars. And then yeah, I'm having to also help Haru because he can't read the Japanese. And you can't like change the client language. Reminder, you can't change the client language once you've loaded the game. So I'm basically trying to do 2 setups in like the few moments that we have to do it. It's understandable, but it was rough. It was rough. So you're also kind of fighting the controls. If you're not like prepared to set up things the exact way that you really need it. It was still fun, but I felt bad that we didn't clear it. But this time I think we have a, if we do get to go to NA Fan Fest, right? Which hopefully we can. Have a better idea of what we'll need to do if we want to go into those. Which I don't know what they'll give us this time, Plus we'll be doing on an EN client, so Haru won't need my help to read anything. Hold on, my nose. I actually had the fun of kind of doing that. Almost. Like the whole idea of like setting up my stuff on a different PC the other day. Joey was complaining that he needed to do his well, not complaining, but he was saying he needed to do his mog tomes. But I'm also like, you should just fold your laundry. He's like, no, but my mog tomes. And I'm like, okay, what if I do mog tomes for you? I spent most of the time that he was folding his laundry trying to set up the hotbars. Now, I did still do an MSQ roulette for him, though. So I did still get him mog tomes. But he wasn't folding for all of it. I do actually need to fiddle with and adjust because there's a couple things that weren't quite right. Some of them I could fix by feel. Because like, I was just doing it, I mean I might, but right now there's nothing I think he wants. I could be wrong. The thing is, though, that yeah, because I have Steam, I can't just sign in on my computer for him. We can't just sign it on my computer. I do have to go on either his computer or literally reinstall the fucking game on my computer. It's like, no. Actually, that reminds me, I have to go and order a new SSD card screw. We figured it'd probably be a little too difficult to get it in person, so I figured I'd probably just order it. Open the door. Stop having it be closed. Thank you. No, they're not in my alliance. I can't give them a call. No. I still love that video. The whole history of Japan. It's such a good I can hear it. I can hear it. Yeah, I actually wonder what, trial we'll get at FanFest this year. Like, what, like, will they give us a sneak peeky one? Will it just be one of the ones that exists, but, like, you get a t-shirt? Will it be a sneak peek one and you get a t-shirt? Well, I mean, Yojimbo kinda is the jokey one they did. Whee! They also had Rathalos, which, by the way, the shirt has the Japanese, spelling. The Japanese official romanization for Rathalos. And it's great. It's great. It even has the AE symbol. Fantastic. Oh shit! No! I turned at the wrong second! No! Eh! Stop it! Stop it! Stop! Stop! Stop it! Well, good luck in there. I didn't go in. You've never gone in the door? You should go. It's not really that hard. I usually go... So, if there's a choice, right? That's the thing. If there's like a choice... I usually try to go in the instances, especially if I'm on a healer, because then it doesn't matter if I'm alone for my party. Don't touch those! Stop! Stop touching them. I think I cured the white mage that was already curing themselves of their doom. Oh. I help. Or at least I try to help. Most bards forget that skill exists. I remember. Sometimes. Sometimes. like different jobs lately. Oh, what the heck? These are kind of cute. Okay, I guess I actually want some of these. But yeah, it's just like trash mobs in there if I remember correctly that you have to kill. For me. Red. Yay, what did I get? I didn't look. Oh, I got a card. Oh yeah! Wait, it's Dwarven time. Is that the dwarf tribe questline? I can't remember what it started with. Yeah, you should totally do it. Oh, is Hiro offline? Oh no, he's in an instance. I think I hear. Yes, where you get the tank and the little iron frog? Question mark? I don't remember. Here, I'll go check. Calusia on... No, not Calusia. Lakeland on the Austral Imperative side. I'm pretty sure the tank is definitely one of them. But I feel like there were two. It has such good music too. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so there's this guy. Are those? Oh no, yeah, the frog is from the other thing. Sorry, I keep thinking it's from them. But yeah, it's just the tank. Where he at? This one. I'm gonna shoot him. You know what makes me mad though? I can't sit on these chairs. Look at this little dude. Look at him. Look at him. Shigit. That's a good name. I mean, Lalafels already kind of do. Like, even on... not even on the source, right? Like, Lalafels are already good at metalworking. Just in general. I don't know about the drinking part, but like, they definitely turned them up to like 11 on the first. Okay, slight spoiler. I was really happy with that quest though. With the finale, because you have a meal with everybody, and they actually stop to ask you if you don't want alcohol, or if you want alcohol or not. They're like, oh, we were gonna offer you some of our wine, but I forgot. I didn't think to ask. I didn't even think if you even drink. I thought that was very sweet. I don't know. It made me happy. Yeah. And you can actually say, no, I don't drink. And they're like, well, don't worry. You could be our taste tester for our juice. And I'm like, yeah. So that was really cute. It made me happy to see that I could say, no, I don't drink. Even though I'm a dwarf. There are like really tiny details in a lot of cutscenes where someone's pouring a drink that the wool like stares at them intensely because they've gone through Nanamo getting drugged, them getting drugged. They've gone through Nanamo getting drugged and accused of regicide, and themselves getting drugged. They do not take drinks from people without like serious consideration. It's funny. All right. I don't want to do Void Arc. I really don't want to do Void Arc. I'm a little scared to do Fulmination, but I'd rather do this than Void Arc because, I mean, I still remember falling asleep in Void Arc. Let's see. What was it again? Fulmination. That's here. These little tabs are super great, but I always forget what's where. Yeah! Yeah, they just like have this like face. They're just very grumpy. Which is fair. Hold on, while I'm waiting for this queue, I'm actually gonna quick go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Okay, phew, didn't pop. But my water is empty, so I'm gonna also fill my water. Are you watching a stream? Okay, I just thought I heard a VTuber talking over there. But it's not me. Okay, bye-bye. Put my headphones on. I also just realized I still have about a quarter of a cup of tea. Oh, I'm not talking to you. Sorry. I made tea before I started stream and I didn't realize I didn't finish it. I also got a Capri Sun because I'm a child. Does Europe have Capri Suns? Do you know what a Capri Sun is? I feel like it might be an American brand. That's why this is not condescending. It's that okay, you guys have it. Okay. I don't know what you guys do or don't have. We bought a box because I saw them and was like, yeah. Cause like, it's basically just fruit juice. You don't have Pacific Cooler? That's the best one, though. Pacific Cooler is actually the best one, though. It's just a mixed fruit flavor. Oh, I'm sorry, because that's the best one. I mean, it was big here, too, in the 90s, and honestly, it's not that big, but, like, it's practically non-spillable. Practically. It's a very good size that I don't feel like I get too much juice flavor, you know? It's just overall really good. And Pacific Cooler, it's good. How many flavors are there in America? Capri Sun flavors. Oh, there's a lot. Whoa, you guys had different flavors than we did. Whoa. Hold on, let's look at this list. You guys had a few different flavors than we did. Oh, well, that's a very lovely view of nothing. Yeah, apparently. Look at, there's some UK ones. So, and then some other areas have other things like tropical or strawberry kiwi we have. I saw Splash Cooler. Coastal Cooler I've never seen. Pacific Cooler is the big one. Fruit Punch, Wild Cherry Lemonade. I don't think I saw that one. Surfer Cooler. You guys had orange, but we didn't. You guys had blackcurrant and apple and mango, which we don't. I don't know what... I think that... I don't know what these countries mean. You also had safari fruits. What is that one? But yeah. Oh, they were made smaller. Oh, the Filipino community? I see. I mean, yeah, but I think I usually would get the Pacific Cooler. I think. I don't remember. Pacific Cooler is just the main one, you know? Monster Alarm! What is that one? I don't even know what that one is. But yeah. I see. That's interesting, though. Wait, does it still have a clear button? No, it doesn't. Not yeah. I mean, I think... I don't know. I just think it's really good. Like, a lot of the Japanese... Whoa, they even make it in Japan? Griko releases them in Japan. What the heck? I never saw them in Japan, I think. What? Maybe they don't exist anymore, though. Sorry, I'm like trying to get the rest of it. Damn. Yeah, they're I just thought it was, you know, they're just nice. Like, I don't know. It's juice. I mean, you could always make your own Capri Sun popsicles. Wow, this queue. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Okay. Yeah. It's a... yeah. And honestly, the container is just really nice. Like, I'm pretty sure it's not the best for the environment. But like, I don't know. It's fruit juice, and it's good. The container's a good size. Comes with a straw. A lot of like fruit juices in Japan would come in like juice boxes. And like, I don't know, it's nice to not have to get a cup, you know? Because like for orange juice or apple juice, if you buy them in the States anyway, like you'd probably have to bring cups. I think that's probably another reason why like we'd have a lot of like Capri Suns is like at kids events, because you could just bring the case, stick it in the portable, you know, ice box, freezer? No, not a freezer. Cooler? That's what it's called. The cooler with the ice, and yeah. You just empty out the box into your cooler and you take it with you and it's cold. So it was really good for like events too. Because it wasn't like a can. So it was also really easy for kids to drink too. I think a lot of like events would have them for kids. Or like if you went to the beach, you take some Capri Suns. At least we did. And some stuff in cans too, but like... oh, excuse me. Capri Suns are good. Good for portability. Wow. This is not popping. I think a lot of other, like, juice boxes in the States tried to copy the shape, too. Because they realized, like, it worked really well. Because I think I remember, like, Kool-Aid had one that was similar. Yeah. I think. I have to make more pink lemonade sometime. We bought some pink lemonade and we bought a thing. I wish I had realized that I should have gotten one of these. Like, you know those pitchers that you would like make a drink in or whatever, like a big one? I realized that it's very hard to take the lid out and flip it so that the closed end goes over the spout. It doesn't come out very easily. Oops. I didn't think about that when we bought it. It's not a big deal. It's just a little... It's not the easiest to take the lid out and then flip it around and then put it back in the fridge because I don't want to spill it. No, it was a real drink. I mean, it wasn't... you didn't buy it as a drink, though, usually. You bought it as, like, powder. Right? And you'd make it yourself. It was like making, you know, like lemonade from the powder. Where all you do is add the water. But instead of lemonade, it was like fruit. You know? This is not keeping... let me see if I can get it to pop as another roll. Yep. I'm gonna regret this. Please don't be as bad as yesterday's. I just want to finish my Chloe book and then do some, mentor roulette. I want to make progress on the mentor today. Oh, they have the tank stance on. Alrighty. I'll let them pull, and then I'll put it on stance. Remember, orbs. Always one stack of orb buff. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? How will this party compare to the other group? He gets stuck though, which is very annoying. Oh, ooh! That's samurai. Orb reminder. I think the samurai is funneling a bit. That's fine. To be fair, it's not actually my fault, my responsibility to heal for it. Yes, I got it before the thing went off! Orb. Read. Orb. The person's name is Reed. So, Joey's place, he got that. I still hate this knockback. This knockback sucks. I just realized why you were saying Shadow Legend. Stop. Oh! No one got it! They all dodged, even though some of them were way out of range. And weren't attacking, but you know what? Sure. Buy a Reaper. That's not bad. Could have been worse. Rishasha orb. Oop. Orb check. I missed the K, but everybody knows what that's supposed to say. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Alright, I got 2 layers of surge protection, but that's fine. The other Reaper is missing an orb though. So I'm tired of typing about orbs. I'm tired. The tank, I don't know. Okay, no, they got it, they got it. Oh, mine fell off too. Oh, I stole theirs. Oops. Oh, fuck. I wasn't watching. Oh, no. Where are we going? Where are we going? This side. Take that away. Take that away, please. Why would you drop it there on the boss? What? I'm not getting in there. Before I am— oh, I'm sorry, that sucks. Weird maples here for nuggies? Why? Look, I may be like really picky, but I think even like adventurous eaters would be like, what? You know? Oh shit, pony bad, pony bad. Korean chicken nuggets. Interesting. If they drop it on the boss again, and they don't move the boss, I'm gonna— no, don't drop it on us, please. I was ready to like to take the boss off of them. What? There was only one dude dead! What? What? I mean, I don't know if the DPS are using it, but what? To be fair, they might follow the same, like, rule that I do, is that if you reach about 5% and none of the DPS even look like they're gonna use it, you use it just to spite them. Because they should have used it already. What is this? That's even worse. What the hell? Wow. Wow. Okay. I just made it so much worse. Let's see what we can get out of mental roulette. See if we can get any second chance points.
Oh, breaker. Well, at least I got what I'm here for. Second chance points. I'm not telling them what to watch out for. I think it'll be funny if they step on the trap. Just go. Just go, dude. It'll be fine. Probably. Oh, man's wearing the cloud stuff. But in white. Let's see, let's see. Yep! Wait, it doesn't hit players anymore? Nope! I feel bad. I was expecting the Dragoon to hit it, not the Black Mage. I'll explain the final boss just because it's really dumb. I don't want to deal with it for as long as we might have to. Where's the monkey? He's a dumb monkey. Oh, the tank missed the... Oh, the mobs triggered it before the Dragoon could land in it. Oh, no, I don't want to summon you. No, I want Celine. I want Seraph back. Not Seraph, either. I don't want Celine. Monkey. 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 Tank. I had aggro on it. So all I typed in chat was monkey. Not even spelled correctly, just two E's, you know, like the meme way. Yeah, you got... No. He says no. Don't keep going. Don't keep going. It's his territory. Last boss sucks now. It kinda bugs out. You see DPS too fast now. Yeah. Monkey hungry. Eat the banana. Banana. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He eats the banana. Ow. Oh, no, I don't want to get pooped. Oh my god. Oh, I'm like not sitting up straight. Are you hungry again, Sasquatch? Or can I just keep killing you? Cool. I think that was kind of self-explanatory when you realize it says the monkey is hungry. You're like, well, what do monkeys eat? Oh look, there's banana trees. I do have to open these. They did good. Cute. He didn't know it was a mimic. We have to actually destroy them anyway, so it's fine. Because the stone tablets come from the mimics. So you can't just ignore them, you do actually have to break them. You have to open them. You can skip the Nanka if you walk. If I remember correctly, I think it's walk. No, we gotta go this way. We gotta go this way. We need to go this way. Think. No, we have to go this way, sir. No. We have to kill it. He's like backing up. Like, no, I dragged you for a reason. It's always weird when you hear, like, all the characters' grunts. At least for me. Because, like, I'm so used to not hearing mine. You know? I don't remember which one triggers the stone tablet. So, I'm just gonna open all of them. Really? Yeah, because I'm a caster, casters don't talk a lot. Oh, thank you, Dragon. Casters, like, rarely ever talk. Oh yeah, so I'm down to 2 pieces of the ice cream cake. We did get it last food shopping trip. And no, don't touch it. Don't touch it. No, not yet. Not yet. No. No. Not for this one. The super tiny one. The thing is, though, I feel like it's just a little too small. I feel like it's gonna leave me wanting more after I finish it. There's not enough orb. You guys went in too soon. I mean, it's really good, and I like it.
And honestly, I won't like immediately buy another one. Like, but it does mean I think if we get one for my birthday, which I probably will ask to get one for my birthday. I'll get the slightly larger one. No, it's not time for that yet. They're just going into the orbs for every single one. Their heart's in the right place, but no. I still remember when this drop here would basically kill you. It was funny, but it was a painful, painful experience because you'd have to stand here and wait. I've already talked about that because I've already gotten this dungeon on stream. Ah! Ah. I hope maybe tomorrow I can sit down and work on some of my outfits for Mini Mimi 2.0. Because I haven't sat down. I'm still waiting for the epoxy putty, so I can't do her hair. I have the carving tools. I don't have the clay, basically. Which is fine. It's not really a problem. I might sit down and try to pattern. You don't have to cover me. Thank you, dude. I didn't save the patterns, and honestly, they weren't. I don't want to say bad. They weren't bad, but they weren't great either. Like, the sleeves are a little too long. I had, like, the pattern, I had to just keep chopping the pieces smaller. So I'm gonna try to be a bit more precise this time. Marker, go away onto another platform. And drop tornado and leave. Nah, it's the same one. He's not dead yet. I think this is earlier in the timeline. This guy, the Jigu goes, another Kraken? We're like, nah, it's the same one. He's not dead yet. But I think this, I do believe this is earlier than the other time we see him. The other dungeon he is. Here we only kill his arms. We don't actually target him. We never actually get to target the Kraken himself. It's funny to think, like, I'm just like, this is earlier in the time. You know?
healer tentacle. I like killing it from the other way. Now we wait. Oh! No! Come back! Tentacle! Oh. Oh! Be targetable! Ah! I tried to give him a skill I don't have. I think we have a viable version of this. This is kind of cute. Okay. Yay! Well, they were talking. That's always nice. Honestly, like, legit, it's kind of nice, like, even if you're not really, like, talking about it. Kind of nice, like, even if you're just explaining mechanics, it's kind of nice when there's, like, a little mini chat. Also, it's really cute when you get a newbie that's just like, oh, about everything in the chat. It's absolutely adorable. Like, that's super adorable. I know, like, some people, like, they're just gonna react, like, in their chair. Aw, fuck! The Alder Kraken! Oh, wait, no, this is actual level. Oh, God, this is worse. I was like, why is there a thaumaturge? And then I realized why. It's not. It's a Sasha hard mode. It's Sasha. Fudge! Blue. Oh yeah, I pulled my fortune earlier. It's misfortune. Just a little. It's not even like little misfortune. It was like just the medium, the average. But you know, if you like stretch the little lines, the text that they give you, right? Like if you try to read it a certain way, it sounds like it's talking about how raid got canceled. Was there at least somebody new? I don't know. There's 2 sprouts that are not even on jobs. So maybe. I didn't see the message. I mean, like, yeah, Sastasha's kind of boring, but I won't deny that it's a kind of easy-ish mental roulette. You do have to give it that. It's like relatively harmless. It's just boring. I need to remember to set up my Elgato this week off stream. Like I need to prepare it so that all I have to do is plug it in for Saturday. Cause it's all over there. All the supplies are over there. It's just not set up. I love how I can pretend to not be a healer. By like just letting Eos do it. In these low level dungeons, like there's so little healing. You just kinda let Eos as a scholar. What title is Of the Silver Lining from? Where is that one from? Cause that's what our Dragoon is. Or no, not the Dragoon, the Black Mage. They've probably been playing for a while looking at their outfit too. Maybe? Because they had the butler outfit. Glammed! Oh my god, they have the occult wrist gloves on! On Black Mage. That must just be the only thing they have. And just the auto gear. No! Someone touched the wrong one. It said blue. Oh! Wait, who stunned it? The tank? A 2 AM burger? That doesn't sound healthy. Not that I'm much better about healthy. I did have an apple today. After I did my ring fit. I did ring fit and then I was a little hungry, so I had an apple. I wish I had AoE. I was also going to make the brownies today because I need to make them before Haru drinks all the milk. And I got so wrapped up in the paperwork that I didn't get around to it. So I took the box out and I'm gonna leave it on the counter. But maybe I remember to do it tomorrow. No, it's mixed. The brownies are mixed. No, not the milk. Not the milk. I'm just putting the brownie box. The batter, the mix box. Not the milk. The milk stays in the fridge, but the box on the counter will remind me that I should do the brownies. What? What? No. No, then I wouldn't have enough milk for mine. No. I have to get... I didn't get re-clears today too because I got so, again, caught up in... sitting there looking at charts all day. Oh. And I realized, like, 2 hours before raid, when Hyvek was saying that he probably can't play today anyway, I was like, well, shit. It's that one cat girl that's just like, I'm not with them. I swear on what's left of me virtue. What little remains of my virtue. Jesus. And this is the first dungeon you do. You know? It has some, like, dark tones, like, hiding in plain sight. Wait, this doesn't count as a mid-boss? Well, that's wild. Like, it has the purple line, but it's not counted as one of your duty information bullet points. You know? Like, I know he doesn't die. Yeah, he runs away. But, like, usually it'd be, like, clear... and then, like, the area name. And it still blocks you off, right? So I thought it was weird. Oh no, the scurvy dogs and the scurvy puppy. There's a small one. He's a scurvy puppy. No. Scurvy puppy. 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 Dad. I don't think you ever kill him. The Kraken kills him. But I mean, I don't remember. It was probably always like that, but I just never noticed. Stop taking damage. I hate hearing the physics sound, but it's the only heal spell I have. At this level, that's the only heal spell I have. Besides, I guess Eos. Is Eos a healing spell? She is in a roundabout way, but not a direct way. I can't make her go faster. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Yeah, because he dies here, sort of. Wait for the guy! He's in the cutscene! The girl, sorry. I think it's funny that there's an entire mechanic to this fight that no one cares about. Aw, the poor little newbie, they're doing it! Just kill the boss, sweetheart. Just hurt the boss. It's fine. They take forever to pop out. Like they just disappear. Oh, that was cute that they were actually trying to do it. Baby little newbie. They've already done that dungeon. Damn it. I made my stickers worse and I'm mad. I don't even think like you had to do it back then either. I think it was only like if everybody was in like really low level gear. I might be wrong. But by the time like I did it in Heavensward, you already didn't have to do it. And it's like in Crystal Tower, even when it came out, I was told that like, you know the part where you get this little ghost alliance thingy? In that one fight, I don't remember which one. Circus Tower? I don't remember. But anyway, even back then, like if you got to Alliance C, getting the buff, something was wrong. Where is... There it is. There's the sweet tarts. These sweet tarts are actually pretty good. Some of the flavors are better than others. Like, I think... I think Berry Punch is the worst. Like, it's not bad, but it's just like... Uh-oh. Oh! Has a lovely name. And a lovely tech. Oh my god. Gonna shoot you with a gun. I'm outside your house. I do think that if they run into somebody who's very unfun, they might get in trouble for it though. That's not me though. Well, of course, I pull out a berry punch. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I lied. Maybe it depends on the size of the candies rather than just all out. Like the ones with more of like the little crunchies in the... What's it called? In the part, I think those might be more tart. Because it's like, you've got a candy shell, and then inside that immediately are some crunchy little bits, and then like a chewy inside. It's actually pretty good. Some of them are more tart than others. Some of them are more the sweet tart flavor than others. But sorry, I want to eat more of them. I don't know how many mentor roulettes we're at. I thought about this morning trying to do my JPL. I should probably at least do the JPL for the New Year's event. I should try to sit down and play her some more. Because she's only technically half an area and then one full area from the finish of Endwalker, and then there's the 6.1 stuff, right? From 2. Like, she's kinda close. You know? Like, she's kinda close. Plus, yeah, I do want to make sure I get the event done on her, too. I was thinking about doing it this morning, but yeah. This morning ended up being a lot of other important tasks. Yeah, I did. It was Misfortune. And it was oddly... The little extra text was oddly fitting for Braid being cancelled. Oops. And now, don't get me wrong, I know that most fortunes, if you read them in a certain way, they're written in a way to be vague, so that they can apply to everybody. I know. Like, I'm not disillusioned. Well, don't I guess I am disillusioned. I understand that fortunes are written in certain ways and are done in a specific way to be almost universal. But that doesn't mean I don't think that they're interesting. Like, even like horoscope stuff. Like, I don't like, you know, like, I don't know what my rising and all of that extra stuff is. I know my basic zodiac horoscope sign, you know? And I know which year of the Chinese zodiac I am, right? But that's like... But like, I don't put too much stock in it. But like, it can be... I understand that for some people, like...
it can at least be maybe motivational in a way. Like, oh, you get like a good luck and... or like some piece of advice from it. Like, even if, yeah, it's like generic and can apply to a lot of people. I think for some people at the very least, like, it can help them gather the muster to do something. I think it's fun to do for, like, yeah, New Year's, doing an omikuji. Like, just doing that kind of gather, like, getting one just for funsies. I think I'm in between them? I might be wrong. Oh, yeah! Like, I don't know, I think it can be, for some people, I think as long as, I think people who take it really seriously are weird. I don't say weird, but like, to me, I still remember the first time when I ran into this. I think the first time I ran this, you know, it was on patch day, and I think all 4 of us stopped up there and like, whoa. And that was before trust, by the way, so like, you couldn't run it with randoms. You had to run it with randoms for story. I guess you could say that as much, you know, I guess like as somebody that really does like running with newbies, and seeing them react in chat. I guess it is a little bit sad that you probably won't really see as much of like the current leveling dungeons done that way, because if they really want to experience it themselves and not risk getting spoiled, help, then they won't be running with people. I can't fault them, of course. Ah! Because I mean, I do the exact same thing. I guess it's a little bit sad that it's only going to be at a couple of points where you get to see people's reactions now. And with, you know, trust being added backwards to adding to like older dungeons, there might even be even less of like those sorts of things done with randoms. I don't know. I don't want to necessarily say it's bad. Because, I mean, if anything, I think running with trusts probably, you know, should make you better at doing the mechanics also. Because if you fail the mechanics too much, you reset, you know? Like, there's no, like, you can't, you have to do enough of the mechanics. Even as a tank, I think there are some that will kill you. Right? No! Tank got impatient.
Tank got impatient. Oh. He got impatient and got screwed. Yeah. I guess it also does mean that, like, as a mentor, like, I'm gonna get less I'm gonna get less second chance points. Ugh. No, none of that. Nicely dodged the bad mechanic. Well, I have enough to reshuffle, and I have a thing here. I guess I'll give it a shot. Please? That's a full fucking checkerboard. Why does Chloe hate me? That's actually terrible. Like, that's probably like the worst layout you could get. What the hell? Oh my god. Well, we have one more to 215, at least. So there's that. I can't believe it gave me, like, it just put all of them in a nice little checkerboard pattern to just be like, fuck you. Like, what the hell? Oh my god. Well, this is what happened to my Chloe book. It made a literal checkerboard, except for one. And I'm actually mad. I don't know. I'm gonna eat candy to make myself feel better. I don't know if that made me feel better, but the candy was good. It was very sour tart. Sweet tart. I may have to try to get 2 more second chance points or just give up. I don't want to give up. I'm getting a second piece of candy. Oh shit. Damn it, that was one of the lesser tart ones. There we go, that's more tart. That's better. I actually think I haven't had sweet tarts regular in actually like 6 years. But I actually kind of really like these. I like the crunchy outer. It's not. It's crunchy, but it's not like too hard. And the little like, it's like nerds like crunches. In like the softer part of the shell. Actually kind of good. I don't normally like chewy sweet tarts. And I was kind of mad that that was where I kept seeing, right? But then like I saw this one, I was like, that actually sounds pretty good with like little crunchy bits in the thing. I was right. Oh yeah, I should write a note. We have to wash, so I took some quilts from my parents' house. But I'm not gonna wash those in the questionably functional washing machines here. The real issue really is the dryers. Sometimes they're fine, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they take a really long time. Also, apparently the middle washing machine just doesn't dry the clothes enough. So I did my fleece blankets because I'm like, okay, those should be fine enough, right? Because like they had a bit of, like they had a musty smell, right? Because they were just in storage for so long. I just figured, you know, we'll just put them in the wash and then I'll dry them and then, you know, all good, right? Well, unfortunately, without knowing it, without realizing it, I put them in the middle one, which did not dry them out. And I basically pulled out 3 fleece blankets that were sopping wet. And I could squeeze them out a bit. And I think I had to put them in the dryer. Like the big tumble dryer. For like well over an hour. To get them mostly dry. And of course that ain't cheap either. It's one of those like, it's like a coin laundry but not coins. You have to get a card for it. I was... not a good time. But yeah, the quilts are handmade. So I don't want to like... No, just speak in general. Like, the drum is really big. Like, the unit's taller than me. So it's like... well, no, I think it is? It's close to it. Like, it's like 5 feet tall. It's big. It costs more to run. Because I think it's supposed to be faster. I don't know. The thing is, I keep putting stuff in there when, like, either the other dryers don't dry it enough, or, like, when it's, like, you know, the blankets that were sopping wet. So the bigger drum should hopefully help. I don't know. Because then they're not, then the items aren't as, like... Like, the items have more space. Like, literal space. Yeah, that was a very big frustration. I'm not even gonna lie. But yeah, we have one really big fleece blanket where it's 2 layers of like heavy fleece that's like tied together around the corners. And then 2 quilted blankets that I'm just like, we should just take to your mom's and wash. Because, yeah. We still have to drop off, like, a few things anyway, so... Like, we have to drop off a bunch of remaining boxes to put in storage. And then... We also gotta take some chairs that we're not gonna be using. So thankfully, he thinks it should only take like 2 trips, maybe 3 depending on the chairs. The boxes should all be 1 trip, and then the chairs is just either 1 or 2 trips. Because there's 4 chairs, so... I'm kind of glad I woke up earlier today. I feel like that's when I want, like, when I would want to wake up, like, so I can, you know, and I still do it slowly. I think I woke up and got out of bed by, like, 9. And I feel like that's a good time. 8:39. And then I usually do ring fit around 12, 1 o'clock. Grab something to, like, munch a little bit more on, you know? But I also don't feel like I have to, like... I probably might not do it on... Like, I won't do it on the weekends, I think. I didn't do it Friday last week either because we went out shopping. We didn't go out shopping when I normally would do ring fit. I just didn't do it because I got caught. Because I woke up late and got caught up with stuff. Even if I'm only doing 15 minutes, so. Of active time, by the way. I think it probably took 30 because one of the stages really tired me out. The first of the 2 that I was like, I need to like sit for a second. It's because it had like... I don't know if you've ever seen ring fit stuff or like or done it yourself, but there's like these squat swings where you have to do repeated squats like 5 or 6 times to, like, should they do a little flippy-doo to the next piece of land, or in some cases, the next squat swing. And I don't like to stop for too long. So I just kind of keep going until I reach the end of the swings. Same with like the trampoline springboard thingies. And the squat slidey thingy, like the skateboard thingy. I just kind of just like, I'm not gonna slow down and stop. I'm just gonna keep going. Even if it really sucks. Like, it sucks. Like, I'm just gonna be flat out like, some of them last like way longer than I wish they did. Like, some of them just last like just a smidge too long. And I'm only at level 16, by the way. I'm like a baby level. I'm very... Like, the thing is, the exercises don't get harder unless you calibrate the things in a way to make it harder for yourself. So, like, for example, like, I actually did, adjust the calibration for the leg strap when I did GP, because eventually, like, it got to a point where I felt like the requirement for the running was too easy. So I like calibrated it so that it was specifically requiring more energy from me to do, especially because I do silent running instead of the actual like where you lift your legs up like you're running in place, because I lived in an apartment and on the second floor, so I didn't want to like get a noise complaint for stomping on the floor. Especially because I often did them at like 10 o'clock at night. Here I could probably turn it on, but I kinda don't want to. I feel self-conscious about it, I guess. A little bit. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna hear it. Like, I don't know. I feel worried about the noise, I think. With the idea of like me sounding like stomping on the floor, you know? That's why I don't want to swap to actual running mode. Plus, yeah, actual running mode seems like it'd be more exhausting. And I kind of want to work my way up to that, maybe. If I ever want to challenge that. I remember I tried it once in my Japanese apartment. I was like, oh, no, no, no. Because I'm like, I know the walls are pretty thin. So the floors are probably really bad. I need to dodge. I'm just doing that as a reminder. Sometimes I do that where like I'll do the LV and make the sound to remind them that it's there. That's not even a joke. Thank you. Oh no. No! I tried to save you! When you use an LB, your animation locked, but you can rescue out of the animation lock, I think. But I timed it too slow, so they died. They died. We're at 2:15 of 2000. Oh god, that's so terrible to think about. You know? No, 2000. Well, reminder that like, what is it? Like, there are in-betweens. I'm just not... I don't care about them, right? So, like, the next one I get something at, I am about halfway to that. Right? I'm at 215 out of 500 for the title Mentor of Mentors. And then there's one at 1k, which is the Dragon Monocle, which looks really dorky. And that's at 1k, and then it doubles up to 2k. And so you'll be halfway there when you get, like, so each time you've gone up, you'll be at about halfway. For the next few. You start with 10, and then you get to 50, so that's only a fifth of the way. But, like, you're at a small number, so that's fine. And then it, what is this, triples? I don't know how to count. Quadruples? 50 to 200. And then it doubles, and then it goes to a little more than double, and then it doubles, and then it doubles again. And this is a pretty rare amount, because even if like you do one a day, like this is 10 years or something. This is like, or this is multiple years if you do one a day. Oops, sorry if you heard that Discord noise. That's just me hitting. Nope, you didn't. Okay. Sometimes that happens where I just like accidentally tap the. So my what is it? The touch button, the touchpad button on the DS4 is my mute and unmute. Let's take a little breather though. I'm trying to think of what else I need to do. Technically I need to get tomes, but I guess I should do 8 normal. Maybe I should do a Glaya. Maybe I should do a trial roulette. We might try to do 5 more to get me at 220. That would be nice. But I do want to take a little bit of a breather. I guess I should do 8. That's my dancer. No, not for a 6-minute wait time. How do I make the repair thingies? I need dark matter cluster and grade 6 dark materials. Hold on. Dark matter. I know I can have my retainers get them. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm gonna have to start remembering to go into the house every once in a while. Otherwise, it might get demolished and that'd be really fucking terrible. That'd be like really fucking terrible. I'm laughing, but like, oh no. Wow, that's a lot of minions nobody wants. I need to clean that out soon. Alright, so for 1 dark matter, there's 5 grade 6 dark matter. So what's 99 times 5? Wait, there's a really easy way to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm dumb. Go. Let's see what happens first. This Q pop or these? Probably the Q pop, honestly. Whew. I've been needing to do this for a really long while though. Because I want to manage the boats better, but like, they need so many parts. They need so many parts. It is so exhausting. That entire 5th tab is literally for boat parts too. Like, for the materials to make the upgrade parts for the boat that I haven't sat down and done because I'm missing parts. Some of them are like, you need the boat to get the parts to get the things to make with the... It's very tiring. There's a couple of like minions and music that are and materials that are like exclusive through airships and boats, submarines really, and so that's kind of why to do them, but it's so tiring.
Oh, my bottom lip is chapped.
Wow, this cube. It's a formidable... My Magitech repair materials quick synth is a formidable ally. Ally? Opponent for this cube. It's over halfway done. Oh shoot, that reminds me. Let me go message someone. No, no! Oh, we didn't even get to end on the funny internet number. Well, the Q won. Sorry, I have a package to mail. I need to get a friend's address. So I was just like, oh shoot, while I'm thinking about it. Because I got some stuff from the Kirby Cafe for a friend. And I have one friend's address, like Ash, that one friend. Because I got her some Eorzea Cafe coasters. Right? I have that one, but I need the other friend's address. Well, I'm getting a second chance point from this. I still need 2, don't I? Yeah, I need 2 to try to fix this problem. Highly off-center, but I don't really care. The black mage moved too late. Yeah. Part of me is like, you should go to bed early so that it can be tomorrow sooner, so that you can get your stuff done sooner for tomorrow. Which I guess is partially true, it'll feel sooner. But technically, I'm working right now. I don't think he does a cleave in this one. No. I was saying to Joy before that it's like, still feels weird to say like, that I'm working. Like, I know that it is work, like, you know, that sort of thing, but it's not necessarily something that feels like work, you know? And it feels like something that most people wouldn't call work, I guess, also. You know what I mean? It's weird to like say like, yeah, I'm working, and like
I'm basically doing what I did in my free time for the past, like, 2 years. I'm doing what I did as, like, a free time thing. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm not dumb enough to think. Like, I know there was a meme a while ago. A meme post going around, like, oh, yep, I'm an affiliate, I have 3 viewers. I'm gonna go full time now. It's like, I know that this is not the best decision. Like, it's not something... Like, if it wasn't for other circumstances, I wouldn't have done it, right? I did it because I wanted to quit my job. But that's it. And I didn't really have anything lined up, but oh, he doesn't knock back in this form in normal. Yeah, like I kind of have something, and I mean, I'm aware that I might have to just at a regular job, you know. And it was more just like I wanted to get rid of the current working situation. And I didn't really get any opportunity. And like I could have. Like it's not wrong to say that I probably could have tried to find a job or something here. But I don't know. Maybe I'm using it as a slight excuse? I don't know. That I was like so busy and stressed out and overwhelmed with all the stuff from moving that I just didn't really have it in me. But also deal with the mental stress that is looking for a job. Because like that's practically a job in and of itself, you know? Like looking for a job is a lot of work. It's insane how much work it is for not getting paid. And like being the step to getting money. Especially now with all of the ways that the companies can screw you over, you know? With all the different ways that they can basically use the system to screw you over. I thought I got petrified. Someone near me got petrified. Cause like, not only are you like now fighting like the whole ow! How did you guys You're the melee man. Yeah, like the computer, like companies like already were trying to screw people or with needs the magical 3 to 5 years of experience for entry-level position. Ooh. You know.
And then yeah, they're trying to outsource or also utilize like computers to do the work. And I don't, you know what? I'm not even gonna say necessarily that having computers help do the work is necessarily bad, but it's making it like honestly, it kind of makes like I mean I don't get me wrong, like creative jobs are also in danger, but I will say that they're probably, ironically, more likely to be stable. Like if you're good at what you do. You know? Like, it's funny that, like, people always, like, oh, like, creative jobs are, like, people would always consider creative jobs being, like, not gonna get you money or whatever. And, like, yeah, the computers, like, are slowly being able, maybe, to do stuff. But, like, creativity is, like, a lot harder for like a computer to do. So funny enough, you know, like these sorts of content creation or you know, that sort of stuff like that ironically has become more like stable in a sense that you're not gonna necessarily lose your job, but you're still not gonna get paid a lot. So, at least I am low anyway. They res them and benade them. The bard. Only for them to die again. And yeah, they're dipping their toes into computer work when it's not prepared. They're putting themselves at like I mean, AI already is a problem. Like AI art, right? Like it's a copyright problem. Like a legality issue. You know? Like because of the way like because of the way it was trained and the way that it works. Like it's a legality minefield over there for that. I do feel at the very least that, like, for right now, companies aren't gonna touch it too much. At least not outright stating it is. At least I think so, because, like, they're gonna look at it and, like, someone's gonna go, bruh, that's gonna get us into copyright problems. Like, one dude is just gonna, like, enough dudes are gonna be, like, bruh, we're gonna get in trouble for copyright infringement. We don't know where those images came from. And the minute they hear, like, legal issues, they're gonna, like, run for the hills. Like, nope. Because that's just more expenses for them. And that won't save the money, you know? That'll just create more expenses. So at least for right now, it's a legal minefield. So for now, we're safe. Like, creative jobs are on the safer side. Which is funny, you know? Right? A little bit. Because, like, I feel like, you know, that's always kind of thought as like the bad job field, you know? Anything creative, because what is it? Like, what's the word? This bard cannot Oh, they're running 80 and 90 maps. I might say yeah. Wasn't there that one chocolate commercial that did that dead actress? Back when it was like really new? Oh shit. Stop, 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 stop. I don't remember. The white mage is like rezzing them, but then they're also just walking back into bad. I'm not rezzing that far. I'm not rezzing them. They just haven't read enough mechanics right. But I feel comfortable in resting. Oh my god, I'm not even giving out my cards. I'm like so spaced out. Wait, did they? Wait, for what movie? I've not heard of this. Oh, I have no idea who that is, but okay. Oh, I see. See, the thing is, like, who do they pay for it, too? Like, do they pay, like, their ancestors or something? Do they pay no one? Like, that doesn't sound good. Yeah. This is a really long run. I think we saw like 3-4 fold fires. Jesus Christ. Counting that one. I don't know if I want to call that GG. I'm leaving. Oh my god, that was really long. Do I want to do that? I don't know, let me see where they are. Let's see. Oh, they don't know yet. Okay. Do they? Hold on. Do they have a? Okay, they do have a high enough. Okay. Hold on. Oh, hello. That is my what I was pulling up. I don't think I've. These are some of my sister's friends, I think. See, the thing is, like, I mean, the House of Mouse does care about legalities. That's why they keep trying to get around the, you know, copyright limitations, you know? Hold on, do we need a tank? What roles do we have? Yeah, they don't own Winnie the Pooh anymore, cause I remember, because there was that really like, I don't get what the appeal of it is, right? There's a Winnie the Pooh horror movie coming out. I don't get it. I think if we're doing 80, 90 maps, you should probably be at least that level. I don't think they have level cap though. I will kill and die for Tataru. that's yeah, you know what? Yeah. I love it. Oh, you don't have to. Oh my gosh. Do we need a tank? And do 80 maps first. Then swap over. I guess I'll play warrior. I don't have any 80 maps. So just point me where to go. I think. I search map. Oh wait, no, I do have a Zonore skin. Oh wait, I have one. Oh. Sorry. I'm like trying to communicate with them as well. But I at least can use that. This is the 80 one. Okay. Do I have a map open? No. Oh, I forgot to watch the new animation! No! Did Haru get out of bed? He's playing Call of Duty. Hold on, chat. It feels later because he's asleep. He's playing Call of Duty. No, he actually goes to bed closer to midnight. Oh, this little baby friend of theirs. They've only just finished Shadowbringers 2 weeks ago. Oh, baby. Oh, Sprout-ish. Aww. Nice playing with the roommates. So if you do hear any shouts, I apologize. There's jack shit I can do about that though. I don't know if I want to ask if they want to do a call or not because I'm on stream. Where is it? This probably here. I think this is my 80 map. I guess I'll ask them. Do you guys have voice or only text? It's fine either way. I'm streaming, so I don't know if I should. Fine. Now let me finish crafting this shed. Alright. Well, hopefully, I think we're waiting for one more. Actually, a decently sized group today. Ooh, a yellow one. The yellow sweet tart one is Tropical Punch. What's not bad? Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime sub. I think that's John. I think that's this John in the chat in the game. I think. Oh, I finished. Yay! Alright, and I'm gonna tank, because... Correction. Tara is playing COD. But yeah, I gotta know him. Oh, this red one didn't come out so good. The cherry punch? Not so good. That one's not very tart at all. It's not it's not the problem with the cherry. It's that it's just not tart enough. And I do think it's depending on size and the layout of whatever ended up inside this little sweet tart thing, but alright. I think this one's... I'm sorry if I hear a lot of typing. Can open another. Mine sandwich. Yeah, it's just because they're only in text. Oh! I kept missing the shift to type flag inside the carrots. So I kept getting comma flag and then the other carrot. I was like, I did it twice. Because I'm trying to tell them where to go. Because I was able to scroll up through the things to find the stuff. Yeah. What's this green one? Watermelon punch. Oh look! I summoned a little one! He's little. He's not gonna aggro me because I'm too high level. Do not talk to me or my son ever again. Or my dad. Sorry. No, Dad, come back! Oh my god, I forgot John bought the giant whale. Oh my god, my throat. There's like... Yeah. Whoop. They need them for hunt. Oh, yeah, that's the savage mount, Doc. You get that for E8. Good luck! E8 is not fun in Savage. Well, I don't want to say not fun, it's just rough. Oh, let me summon my chocobo. They'll be fine. Me. Sorry, I really wanted to summon my bird. I don't even need to level my bird. My bird's maxed from back when Blue Mage was glitched. You would gain, your Chocobo would gain the same boosted EXP that you did. It wasn't supposed to. Right? Like they weren't supposed to. But that's when I leveled it. Like when I finished leveling it. Oh, this is the fun one! Oh, I get a bonus. Oh, of course, my sister. This is my sister's character, by the way. The Astra with us. Of course, she's wearing the Oh man, she's wearing the fat cat thing too. She, of course, would buy it. She has my old hairstyle too. By the way, I believe the first can never be, Oh, I don't want to kill a pixie! Did I have my stance? I don't have my stance on today. Oop. Wait, this is mechanics. Oh shit. Ah! I think this is a 50-50 between the two kinds. Whoosh bash! Oh, look at this pixie. Look how cute she is. With her white mage cane. Numbers go up. I don't think I've done this one very much. Please. Okay. Lost our summon already. I was like, I know it's not gonna be the exclamation point. Look at me dancing in the middle! You're over 1,000? Oh geez, that sucks. No, that's completely fair to refuse to buy one. You know, I probably should get, like, okay, I should admit that, like, sometimes I, like, make cryptic mechanic explanations. I really should stop doing that because it sounds funny. Like, I'll explain things like, number go up. Or like, what's another dumb one? Another dumb sounding one. Well, like how I explained watch pony. That I explained in 5 normal, watch pony. Angry eyes! Oh, now I'm happy. Oh my god, that was a hell of a... That was a hell of a camera angle shift. Look at me spinning. Yeah. Oh man, it looks so pretty with the night BG, like the night background on the walls. That's so cute. Oh! Thanks, Fail. Oh. My camera was zoomed in too. But yeah, there's like a special golden beaver. Oh right, I didn't get knocked back because I had inner release on. I was like, what? Why did everybody go flying? But not me. I do not normally tank. Man. It's 5 invocations, I think? What does the frog do? No, it's not gonna happen. Yeah. You just gotta doubt it. Can you get 2 lightnings in a row? I don't think so. F. Frog is guaranteed jackpot item? That's cool. Really? Okay. Okay. I don't know if I'd ever seen it, so I don't do them as often as I should, honestly. Where are we going? We got Lake, Land, and Ill Lake. Oh, another Colusia. Nalder, because I can't type. I don't know. Whenever I start typing, it often like flips the first 2 letters. I don't know why. It's very dumb. Here's my shoe. This is another savage mount, by the way. Wait, who had the Ramu pony? I don't remember who had the Ramu pony here. Because I know I have it, I just don't use it. The mount for this tier is that snake bird that the boss in 8S summons in the first phase. I think this is a finish, like this is everything. I might be wrong though. I think when you see 5, yeah, 5 is when it's all in one go. No thing. I don't need any of the music, so. F. Really? They're fun. Yeah. It's a high chance, but not 100%. Any more Colucia? If not, oh wait, did I? Oh yeah, roll for loot. Which is closer? Are they all the same here? Yeah, basically. Ilmeg is... Amarang is 208. Lakeland is cheapest. So where was mine again? Lakeland is cheapest by like 40. That, by the way, this mount is like 80 bucks, isn't it? 60? I don't remember. It's expensive. 35? Okay, it's not expensive. I thought it was. The whale, yeah, the whale. The only multi-mount I think I've ever bought is the... What's it called? Let me just check that I'm about at the right spot. I think I am, but... Okay. See, I started early just because, like... I don't want to, like, fiddling around while everybody's following me. Because I got it wrong. Because I've, like... Because, like, the range is, like, a little funky. So you have to be careful to, like... Like, sometimes you're, like, just a smidgen off. And so you have to, like, readjust to where you think it is. Oh, no, they're the same price? Yeah, I think, actually, most... now that I think about it, probably the mounts are all almost the same price? Maybe? Close to it? I don't know. Maybe the single-person ones are slightly cheaper. It is. The Crusader mount is one-person mount. I think. Choco Carriers is 40? Jesus. Portal. Oh, it's two-person. Okay. The Choco Carriage, yeah. I think it was also like the one of the few... Oh, this is normal. Thank you for the second chance points, baby. Do these count? If we don't clear. Never mind. If we get kicked out, it doesn't give me a second chance point. Fuck! Which? Oh, that one. That flower. F. It's fine if it's your first time. Maps are mindless. My stance is off! Maps are mindless, she says, as she figures her stance. There's gonna be one more spawn on this side. I keep forgetting that because I sink down. Also, free money. We're kind of explaining treasure maps and what the purpose of them is. Eventually, usually depending on how good or bad your run is, I usually end up with like a couple 100k each time. Also, yes, you're usually gonna be alone when you go here because if you go behind the purple line, you don't get animation locked during the cutscene. So a lot of your friends will wait back here, and then they're gonna mess around in the cutscene. They won't get the cutscene, basically. Because they're out of the range for it. It's harmless. But then they'll come in and mess around in your cutscene because they can still move. What the hell was that noise? Wait! Was that the game? I think the Jinn is not gonna move. Bring them over. Oh, I have this. Actually, I am gonna roll in it because I don't know if Haru has it. I love when you hear them running up. It's freaking hilarious. Nope. Oh. That one was too long. You can actually tell if you're gonna get a rainbow because the load is longer. It's like a smidgen longer. The fade out takes a smidgen longer, so you know that you didn't fail. Kinda nice. I'm gonna move over to the other side before they actually spawn, so that I'm already here. Yeah, when you do maps, like, if your friends are ever doing maps, like, the thing is, you need a minimum of, I think, 3 people to trigger these, right? Oh. Oh. Trash! Oh, guys, it's gonna be lower. Absolutely lower, I'm kidding. I'll let them explain it while I do it. Good thing it wasn't anything fun. Like, when it's just garbage like that, I'll just go all the way. Like, there's no harm because, like, you're not getting anything good out of it anyway. No! Man, I don't even have treasure maps on my thing today. It's always more. No, Faye's good. Okay, that all I got. Yeah, I might as well do Ilmeg. It's only like 10 guild. Oh no, Mordsook. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. The difference is 10 gil. It's fine. Before it was like 50 gil, so like, I mean, if we're being stingy. Hello, my bird is cute. Oh, of course my sister got this stuff too. She of course would do all of that. My sister plays similarly to I do. She just started later and had less time and only finished recently. Like, she didn't go through as fast, but she does the whole like just do everything that I do as well, I think. Which is nice. Sorry. I'm a good tank, I swear. Ah! Fucker. My thing is, like... I mean, yeah, I'm paying a sub. Like, you know. I should do stuff. I should try it. If I don't, like... There are certain things that I'll be like, nah. Like, I look at it and go, no. No. No, thank you. Right? Like, PvP, I dip my toes into and do very basically. Spin to win. I gotta turn on my stance. I remembered this time. I remembered my stance. This one, thankfully, I think it can never... I think I already said this, but yeah, I don't think it can ever kick you out. Yeah, PvP, like, I'll dip in a little bit here and there. No way. No fucking way. Yeah, not. I knew it wasn't gonna be the red one. I was like, no. Not that lucky today. My sister used that stance. I remember, don't worry. I keep forgetting that it sinks me down. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that it sinks me down. And it takes your stance off when you sink. It's so dumb. It's like the dumbest thing. It is probably the dumbest thing. Oh! Secret shark. I'm like thinking of like Secret Santa, but a shark. Instead of presents, it just chews off your arm or something. Wait, Secret Santa, no wonder we were doing it wrong. No, the pixies would love that kind of shit. I love pixies. Fight me. Isn't there that like double blind thing? Like, what's it called? White whale thingy or something? Is that what it's called? F. White elephant, close. Look, I got, you know, water animals on the brain. Fringe. I don't want to go to the Crystarium. The white whale was Moby Dick. I see. This is... Wait, who's... Holy shit. You know, I'm very, very picky about the things that I buy on Mog Station. I have not bought Cruise Chaser. Holy shit. To be fair, I basically bought just a shitload of merch in the back of the day, so instead of buying from Mog Station, I bought from other places, still, you know, feeding into the thing. I got bacon bits. Though I guess some of it doesn't actually go into 14 because some of it I buy from like Yahoo Auctions, which is absolutely not going into the not going into 14 itself. Let's take a look at some. What was the new one? What was the new stuff Taito released? Taito, FFXIV. I know there was the glass. Those are pretty old, actually. Not to like ruin your parade, but those are actually pretty old. The new stuff are some glass carbuncles. Oh, they just announced Moogle room lamp? Valentine Day version? What does this say? Pottery thing Loberits. Oh my god. And there were these wind chimes that were like the otter, the fishing one. Oh, the dragon one was semi-recent. It was like last year, but like into March. May. So, kinda old. But not too old, I guess? I thought it was part of the previous set. That's why I thought it was like kinda old. It looks like they just announced some new ones. I'm gonna have to see what the Loperit one looks like when they post a picture. They don't have any pictures on it yet. Moguri ramp Barantion de version. The thing is, I don't know like what kind of thing this is. This bowl, I think. They got Calusia. Alright, I guess we go back to I think we're going to Tomra. Yeah. I might only do like a little bit of 80s. It's 11:30. We're getting very unlucky though. If we were much luckier on 80s, probably would be nice, but we're getting very unlucky. I wish I could have gotten the King Porksy mount. It's so cute. But we haven't gotten an NA yet, and the codes are region locked. So I'm angry. I have to wait for when, I hope they announce it soon-ish. No! The Ironbeard! Because I'll do almost anything to get that mount. It's so cute. It's a stupid little crown. I love it. I want it. Wow. Double check about the last one. Make sure we don't teleport twice. Okay, like then. Then extra. Oh wait, no, it's a clay figure bunny? Maybe? Oh no. I'm gonna want that depending on what kind of like pose it is or something. Oh yeah, my head's starting to bug me. It might just be a bit of allergy stuff. Nothing serious, I think. Maybe after we do this, maybe I don't have time. Maybe I don't have the energy to do the 90 dungeon, 90 treasure maps today. Maybe I'm a little more tired than I thought I was. Oh, I ran out of... Oops. Portal! I don't know if Joey has one or not, so... Whew. Yeah, my sinuses are really starting to bug me. Oh, cool. Freeze beats a portal. Sees that it's not the roulette. Never mind. Oof. Yeah, I think depending on how long these take. Oh, it's not me. It's Hazel's. I was like, why can't I open it? I do have stance on this time. I promise I remembered that it comes off. Ah! One. Come back here! Ah, shit. I'll let them deal with it. First three. Three's down. First four. Fuck. Fuck! 5. Counting! It's really hard when they keep moving! Counting's really hard when they keep moving. Counting's really hard when the numbers keep, like, evading you. You know? Man, we didn't even get a cool item from that. What the heck? We have gotten lucky in the past, I think. And either I or somebody else got some of the special vases. What is this for? Oh. I think I have the eggplant night. Oh, right, the loot. Oh, really? I think I only have the queen and the eggplant knight ones hanging around the FC house. I never bothered to get the rest of them because I just didn't get lucky enough. They're probably not even that expensive on the market board. Because I don't think a lot of people use vases. Just in general. I think the only one I really wanted was the queen anyway. Let me move over here. I try to change the plants in the flower pots, like... What is this one for? Oh, this set. Okay. Damn, I am not getting lucky. Well, at least I get free money. Oh. No! Door! Door! No! No! Be one more. Oof, yeah, I think my sinuses are bugging me, so I think I'm gonna go to bed on the earlier side. I mean, I usually end around midnight anyway. This is basically when I usually end. I think after the 8 maps, I'm asleep. Sinuses. Bad. Whee! Lahi! Too I was waiting as I left the area. I breathed in too much though. I forget if somebody, I know somebody's asked Soken like if he ever thought like certain pieces would like catch on the way they did. I don't remember. I know somebody's asked him, but I can't remember if he thought Lahi would take off. I do remember seeing Japanese comments like on the videos, like where they have like the soundtrack up on like YouTube where people have it, and they would be like, "Oh, the foreigners also know Lahi." Like they've learned, they realize how to type Lahi in English. Just from seeing the Lahi comment. Wow. What a shitty end. How? What? What a finale. I can maybe do 90s another day. Maybe tomorrow? After raid though. Okay, I rest. Night night. Okay. Ah, they have D&D. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, thanks for having me. I haven't done maps in so long, it was nice. If my sinuses weren't bugging me as much as they are, I'd probably keep going, but I do usually finish stream in about an hour back when I was in Japan, but I'm ending usually around midnight these days. Alright, let's see. Oh. I think I know where we're going. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna rest my sinuses. I might grab a snack or two before I go to sleep. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for chilling. It was pretty quiet tonight. We did make some good progress on my mentor title. Right? I think I'm at 250. What is it? 215? Oh, look. I want to go through like my journal and stuff, so 215, yeah. Woo. And the other problem was that when I was having my dinner, part of the like a teeny tiny little bit of like crust like tickled the back of my throat a lot, so I think my nose is freaking out because of that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have too many wind. And like I'm coughing so much because it's tickling me, and Haru's just like, "Are you okay? Don't stop that." Like he's actually just like, "Stop that." You know? And it's just like, I can't. I can't sell all this shit. Alright. Alright, I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully for raid. I hope I can. I hope we can read tomorrow. Alright. We're gonna go say hi to Bon. Right, here's our raid message. We will be seeing Bon on Saturday too, but we're gonna go say hi. All right, I'm gonna go get some snackies, and we're gonna go say hi to Bon, and hopefully my sinuses will feel better tomorrow. That's all I got for today. Thank you guys for chilling. Bye bye. Why do I wave at the camera when I don't have hand tracking?